Welcome back to another Assassin's Creed Unity stream with our session number 7 of a Stove in All Mission Objectives Challenge. And yeah, today we're gonna be continuing with Sequence 9 and the rest of these side missions. And yeah, the plan is to kind of like set everything up so we can finish the rest of the side missions in the next stream. Then it will probably take us another stream to also get the main story done. So yeah, I reckon including today we'll probably need another 3 streams to finish off the game and the playthrough. Then we'll off to play some Watch Dogs 2, again doing a Stove and All Mission Challenge. I've also updated my rewards over the weekend, so a lot of the sound bits are changed or have been added. And yeah, kind of like looked into different variations of the same sound bit, like Citizen, for instance. So we have like more variety now in the sound bits. It's like a bit of a random factor. But I also had to go inside the game here to record some voice lines because a lot of it I couldn't find online. But yeah, I think we're good with the audio settings there. Let's go back into the game. Currently at 63%. Also, hey there, Mr. Godi. Welcome in. How are you doing today? So looking at the map, you can see we still have quite a decent amount of side missions left. I've actually decided, since I only specified that I do all the Helix rifts and not all of the Assassin Intel, that we actually won't be going ahead to read all of the modern day information because it's just quite a bit of it. And I can kind of like summarize that at the end of a playthrough, you know, what the modern day does tell us in Unity. So I'm just gonna focus on getting these 3 rifts done today, one of them each, and then we're good, essentially. Oh, very nice, Goody. That sounds like a good time. Very, very nice indeed. Arno, hello.
C'en est trop. Allons, il n'y en aura pas pour tout le monde.
I've missed this game and the Procope system, gotta say. I'm gonna miss it even more once I get to finish a playthrough.
Vous venez me voler? Eh bien, voilà une surprise. Que voulez-vous donc? Dis-moi,
dans cette mégère à la ligne venue.
Dear fellow, I very much appreciate the inexplicable disappearance of my death warrant. Now, the joys of retribution.
Sadistic blackmail. Abdesar blackmails enemies by stealing incriminating items.
After your removal of Baignon, my political enemies became reckless. I happen to know that each one is hiding a delightfully salacious secret. Here is a list of items to blackmail them. Steal those items and Grignon's old, debauched neighborhood will remain under my gentle care. I do hate to be a scold, but I really need all of those objects.
Where did you put that letter?
What's the problem now?
If anyone reads it, I'm a dead man.
Don't be silly.
Are you crazy? We have to find it.
Les habitants de cette ville sont vraiment étranges.
What's the problem now?
If anyone reads it, I'm a dead man.
Don't be silly.
Are you crazy? We have to find it.
A letter? For me?
Where did you put that letter?
What's the problem now?
If anyone reads it, I'm a dead man.
Don't be silly.
Are you crazy? We have to find it.
If it's number one, let's actually go ahead
Decision gerecht.
and restock here on the ammunition. There's actually a new variation of a high precision Gara that I added. I've customized quite a few of my sound bits actually, and made them like more random.
You lack anything remotely resembling a brain!
Like that one. You can insult me or a character in the game.
I have a mission for you.
And I cannot believe you feel injured by an imaginary insult. I owe you nothing.
I love the Assassin's Creed insults. Okay, this one just got a steal. There's no guards nearby apparently, so we should be good.
J'espère
J'espère qu'il n'est pas sujet au vertige.
Your tower last
Come
night.
by later if you want to talk.
Hey,
I'm
on.
ready for you.
Been selling more than you get off.
That's enough.
You'll get no money from me.
One more letter to go. I'm not gonna bother with these kind of like random events, because there's a chance I might get me detected during a mission. You know, like sometimes you kill people and then there's like other guards nearby that detect you afterwards. I'm not gonna get involved there. Holy shit. It was really, really cool, that cap pass. So you do this by voting here, apparently. Yeah, that's a cap pass location right here. That's so cool, because the cap pass is one of the most unique parkour animations in this game. But such a classic in parkour. Oh nice, a forward roll, that's another one that's quite rare. I remember this kind of rooftop actually for these unique moves. That's so cool. You know, you can do all of these unique animations here. Oh yeah. That'd be like great as like a starting point for a video, you know, when you kind of like want to showcase the parkour system.
You ever got the wrong person? Pay me. I'll be good.
Stop right there! You Trying to muscle into my domain! You horse!
Sûrement évadé d'un asile.
Regarde ça. Tout allait bien. Tout à fait.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Lorna. I take such pleasure in imposing my will on others. Is that wrong?
Yeah, it is. Reminds me of Alcibiades so much. Or I guess Alcibiades reminds me of Marquis de Sade. There was a viewpoint nearby over there. Let's go and get it. I think that's one of the last in the game, actually.
Piétinez-les! Ils ne sont pas...
Virgo. In the Sanctuary of Sins, light and shadow dance, and the ignoble nobleman defines his actions with his name. So I think we're actually talking about the Brothel. Was it over here? I think somewhere over here. The Sanctuary of Sin, I think, is a reference to Marquis de Sade's Brothel, I guess. Lying in the filth, the fallen godly symbol lights the heresies of the fourth king's court. So that's in the Cour des Miracles over here. Ford's king, you know, the king of the beggars. There's like a cross lying in the dirt. Hey there, Afro. Welcome in. Right? Who doesn't like a good brothel? Better than a bad one, that's for sure. A familiar crossroad where decadence is sought, the sadness of a cellar obscured by rouge. Crossroad where decadence is sought. Let's have a look over there, because it is kind of like a crossroad, I guess, in a way. Okay, let's check out another murder mystery. We still have quite a few of them left in the game. Oh, speaking of which, just had another one that spawned here. Just gonna go ahead and disable the updates for the murder mysteries here. Well, speaking of brothel, the body in the brothel. It's the gruesome murder of a prostitute. A young woman's body has been brutally whipped, her hands are bound and she is covered in wounds.
Poor Susanna! She was a favourite of that citizen Desad that came around so much. He never treated her proper. I told her, send him away, but he pays so much. Look, ropes, whip, that's Desad all right, randy bastard. Oh God, there's men coming and going all the time. I didn't see Desad last night, but he could have been here. Comes here a lot. It was too dark for me to see him proper. But there were some odd goings on last night. One John came in but didn't stay long enough to really do anything. And then there were two men, but only one went into Susanna's room.
This appears to be Marquis de Sade's personal diary. It is filled with explicit and disturbingly violent sexual content, as well as far-ranging philosophical musings. Short ropes and a spittle-soaked gag, all stained in blood. Long whip with a tip flecked in blood. There's a maker's mark on the handle. Bloody instruments capable of puncturing human flesh. mean, Marquis de Sade would do many things, you know, but I don't think he would be doing this.
Faut l'envoyer à Bicêtre.
Il doit chercher un effet.
I made that whip. Well, I suppose it could belong to Desaad. I sell him all sorts of things. But you know, there's a student, strange fella. He wanted to buy all the same things that Desaad bought. Seemed to think Desaad is some kind of god or something. I've got his address in the delivery book. Let me see. Yes, here it is.
Delivery book. Yeah, I mean, sounds like somebody wants to frame Desaad. Buying the exact same stuff that he bought.
J'ai bien envie d'appeler la garde.
Susanna, Desaad told me about her. I arranged a time and thought about all the things I would do to her. I started to lose my nerve, though, so I drank a couple of bottles of wine. By the time I got there, I couldn't go through with it. I turned around and left.
Anything else?
I heard two men in the dark just when I was leaving. One of them said, "After it's done, come and meet me in the church courtyard at Saint-Nicolas-des-Champs. I'll pay you there."
Oh, a sick bastard for sure, but don't think he's our killer. Student Savot, book 120 Days of Sodom by donation of F. Marquis de Sade. Desaad's infamous volume describing the depravities of four libertines locked in a castle with several dozen victims of both sexes. Some of the abuses described are underlined.
J'en ai bien conscience, crois-moi.
Hey Velakip here, welcome in. And I am from Germany.
From me, you mongrels!
Tu crois que je vais aller acheter la gazette?
I meet you there and we arrange a payment. 50 livres as discussed. Well, cheers, Per. I appreciate it. How are you today?
Come on then, you old reprobate. Unhand my master. You, shut up.
It's quite all right, Olivier. This may be amusing. Back to jail. It's all too delightful. Really? Murder a girl? Those days are behind me. But I do enjoy the farce. I did visit Susanna with some frequency, but not last night. I'm sure my valet can confirm my whereabouts. There was a young man, some days ago, perhaps rather too taken with my philosophies. I recommended Susanna to him. It's not impossible he might know something.
I'm unable to say what the Marquis was engaged in last night. It was a rare night off for me. If any of his personal effects are missing, well, he gets caught up in his activities and becomes careless. He could have left them anywhere.
I think he's our suspect here. Pretending to be like, hey, unhand my master. And then, you know, he's basically like talking back behind his back. Plus he has a night off, so he doesn't really have an alibi. Nobody can prove he was here at the time of a murder.
I'm here all the time. I've got nowhere to go. Who are you looking for? I saw a couple of fellas meet here late last night. One of them was dressed all fancy. Must be a servant. I overheard him mention his master, the Marquis. Afterwards, the other man went into that building right there.
Hey, the Gamer Loop. Welcome in. I'm doing good, thank you. How are you today? Thank you for joining.
I don't think I know you. Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Mysterious letter. You have done exceptionally well to find someone with access to Desart's personal effects. Under no circumstances are you to do the fatal deed yourself. You must avoid having suspicion raised on the committee. Let our poor dupe do the work. He will be highly rewarded. 50 livres are enclosed. When all is done, Desart will wither in jail, and his immoral and pernicious influence on our citizens will be washed away like so much aristocratic blood. So somebody kind of like planted somebody inside Desart's inner circle, like a servant, to then frame Desart with a murder against a prostitute.
Vous êtes en affaire avec le singe de Jade?
Ma foi? À quoi dois-je ce...
Scrapbook containing a collection of scandalous newspaper articles about Desart, including his misadventures in Arqueo, Marseille, and Lacoste. So it's clearly his servant.
Hey! Where are you going? Stop, you brat!
Must be. Back to the brothel we go.
Hey, your head! I will kill you!
Oh no. I'm unable to say what the Marquis was engaged in last night. It was a rare night off for me. If any of his personal effects are missing, well, he gets caught up in his activities and becomes careless. He could have left them anywhere. After the degradations that I've suffered at the Desart's hands, I jumped at the chance to put a gruesome end to the man. I do hope you're proud of yourself. That animal Desart should be in here instead of me.
A Jezebel killed. Hardly a crime in my estimation. Take your due.
Got the Vosges weapon, which is polearm. Looks quite nice, but the damage is really bad. Definitely won't be using this one. I think I might buy the snake-hitter sword and just upgrade it, because it essentially becomes like a level 5 weapon. Let's go for the either Autumn Leaves or Marsh Dweller. I like the green and red combo. This one's a bit more subtle, I would say. There's some cool color combinations, especially with the hood that I have. But yeah, I think I'll go for the Autumn Leaves for now. Maybe. What up? Let's have a look at the Marsh Dweller, like in game. See how it looks like. Bit too saturated for me, to be honest. Let's go for this one for now, at least. Alright then. Shall we actually do some main story? I wanna do it a bit earlier than I have been in the past couple of streams.
Answer the bloody question. You look like a royalist with your fancy clothes and your stupid accent. Really are.
The fuck is this NPC doing? Oh, amazing. I may actually clip that. Gonna go and enable the updates again here. Let's starving times. Paris is in the grip of famine, and it's all part of Germain's plan. Find out who's responsible and put an end to it.
What do you know about grain merchants?
Good to see you too. Most of them are very poor just now. Why?
I have a lead on Germain. He has a woman named Marie buying up grain shipments and diverting them to a private dock.
Marie Levesque?
You know her?
The Levesques have been Templars since the Third Crusade. Marie was the only one who argued against Germain's exile. I'm not surprised she's thrown in with him.
Any idea where we might find her?
Not her, no. But what little grain makes it to Paris these days is unloaded at the Hôtel de Ville docks.
Promising. I'll start there.
Perhaps I can learn something of Madame Levesque's whereabouts.
Hey! Come back here! You've missed the key, you dolts! Where are you going?
Time to chase a boat.
You don't want to here, shove up. Have your brains spilled.
Faster, you dogs!
Particulièrement hideux.
Row, goddamn you! Row, goddamn you! Support! If I get my hands on you, I'll rip your bloody eyes out, I will! What's disturbance? Just a fast move! Heave to! Tie off the bowline!
Captain! Any problems?
No, madame.
You have your orders?
Here, madame.
Good. And I'm instructed to tell you to make certain one of the bags leaks.
Yes, madame. Get to work!
Marie Levesque was the daughter of nobility dating back to the 30th century. By the time of revolution, the Levesque had fallen on hard times, and in an effort to bolster the family finances, Marie married Thomas Lobit, scion of a more recently ennobled and more prosperous family in 1771. Marie's father insisted that the groom take the bride's surname, and the Lobits, eager for the legitimacy, agreed. Marie was, by all accounts, a fierce intellect and a sharp wit, and within a few years she had rebuilt the Levesque fortune. The Levesques were staunch Templar traditionalists, dating back almost to their founding. It's surprising to see her show up as a part of this new Templar business. During the revolution, she deftly played both sides against each other, maintaining much of a lavish lifestyle to which she had grown accustomed while avoiding the worst ire of the radicals. Much of her fortune was spent buying up as much grain as she could acquire and distributing it among the poor and the needy, and she gave generously towards the reformation of Paris's prisons. Yeah. Pretty much the opposite, right? She imprisoned people, and she took away all of her food from the poor. I wanted to create like famine and hunger, and kind of like throw the population into desperation.
Damn! Someone got Michelle. Hold a moment. Oh.
Yeah, really thought he looked in the other direction there. Apparently not.
Better be getting back anyway. Ha!
Jesus Christ. What if that guy even see me, to be honest? Like, he's just a regular brute with not that much of a range, usually. Honestly surprised I got detective there, but I guess I just gotta be more careful. Already stacking the detections here. Okay, I know.
What the hell? Now I've got for this. I need a drink.
Yes, you do.
Envie de changer d'air.
Yeah.
Well now.
Go ahead and check it out.
Palais Luxembourg. And what are you up to there?
bien. Quelqu'un me racontera la suite des événements.
I'll slow your flight.
Okay, how many missions does Sequence 9 actually have? 3 of them, apparently. I think I might want to try to get Sequence 9 done a bit earlier today, because we will unlock the next kind of like chunk of abilities that will help us tremendously. For instance, we upgraded Phantom Blade and Poison Bombs. Also the last Locksmith skill. So I think I'm gonna head that direction. Maybe do like one of the social club missions of a way there. Café Procope. Assassinate important allies of Maximilien Robespierre as they gather in Café Procope. Café Procope is one of the oldest restaurants in France, one of the earliest examples of street café, where people of all social class mixed together. It was one of the places where intellectuals, artists and activists nurtured the revolutionary culture. Robespierre's allies have taken the café over to discuss a conspiracy to overthrow the assembly. Find the conspirators and take them out.
I wonder where those two are.
I'm sure they're on their way.
That better be.
Jesus.
Yes,
Game.
I hope they wash
It's like, yeah, you have the angle, but doesn't actually count.
Personne, je jure. Oh.
Hello.
when you try. Je pense.
Yeah, this will go even faster once we get the poison bombs. Because then we can like berserk a couple of guys, lure them into one area, and just throw like a poison bomb at the same time. Encyclopedie Diderot. We cover valuable sections of the Encyclopedie Diderot that might expose the Assassin Brotherhood.
Do you have a copy of the Encyclopédie Diderot?
Yes, I believe I do.
A relief. I'm looking to borrow a section of it, one focusing on secret societies.
Give me a moment to... Thief! Stop him! Step back here! I'll cave your skull in our
Okay, that's a force detection right there. 100%. They saw me before coming around the corner, which indicates that the game was like actively throwing enemies at you. Plus the guy's also much faster than any other thief you encounter usually, so it is kind of like scripted in a way. We gotta chase him.
Allons, gentilhomme.
You're better than the thugs.
Whoa! Come here.
Damn! Lost him.
That's right. Hey! You want me to find a nice convenient house?
Lucius Esprit.
Probablement un voleur.
I'll enjoy watching you bet. C'est de la Messias, le père de la...
Why you not stopping? Something to hide?
Oh, pas encore.
can I even catch him? Do I have to kind of like run? I feel like I have to run in a way where I can shorten distance like this, because he seems to always like run in the same circle. Yeah.
Got you. Fine, keep it. Help! Help!
Wonderful. He has friends.
Okay, force detection, forced combat scenario here.
Now I just need to find time to read it.
I'm actually gonna go ahead and change my color again to the classic assassin blue here, because that was my favorite one for sure. And then we can do another social club mission, but I do wanna renovate, I do wanna replenish my supplies first here.
Bienvenue, citoyen.
Oui, monsieur, pour quelle quantité? Non, le drôle, le prix n'est pas négociable. Bien m'en offrez-vous? 70 livres?
Mais il est fou.
An engaging Egyptologist. Steer the transfer rubbings of a Rosetta Stone with the help of Jean-Francois Champollion. The Templars have procured a rapid transfer of a missing section of a Rosetta Stone. Friend of the Brotherhood Jean-Francois Champollion informs us that this rubbing contains sensitive information concerning the assassins. However, the rubbing has not yet been translated. Understanding its importance, the Templars have split the rubbing into 3 sections. Champollion knows their whereabouts. Go to Champollion near the Luxembourg Gardens and use him to help you recover the 3-part rubbing before the Templars learn its contents.
Are you cowering away from my friendly innovation? Get over here! I'll gut you along with the other soddy traitors!
What is it now?
What's going on?
Captain, I'm here, my friend. The 3 parts of the rubbing are scattered.
Jean-Francois Champollion was a student of Oriental languages, particularly Arabic and Persian, at the prestigious Collège de France. He showed extraordinary linguistic talent and began to learn Coptic. A proficient scholar, he was appointed professor of history at the University of Grenoble, aged only 18. Champollion was fortunate in obtaining a copy of the transcripts of the Rosetta Stone, and put forward the idea that the stone's hieroglyphs consisted of both ideograms, which express ideas, and phonograms, which express sounds. Eventually deciphered the hieroglyphs, which led him to review an unknown chapter of Egyptian history.
The translators. I want to help Arno. I believe I can distract the Templar guards at each encampment. Follow me, and we'll recover those rubbings in an instant.
Où est Jacques le Chartier quand on a besoin de lui?
It's a matter of respect.
Seriously, I can't tell you the amount of times that I thought I had the head targeted. It's actually like the neck or something, and it doesn't count. Oh man, I guess we adding this detection after all.
God damn it! They got mouth. That's all. Oh shit! We shall see, my dear fellows. We shall soon.
Hey, they're busted. One guard detects you and you kill him shortly afterwards. Doesn't mean all guards are alerted. It doesn't. In this case, only that one guy who saw me was alerted. And as soon as I killed him, the other guys were not even aware of where I was, I guess. The only thing that happened is that one of the guys saw the dead body and investigated it. But yeah, I stayed undetected afterwards.
Damn pillock! You can't just bloody do what you please on my pack!
Does it fit the stealth challenge? Yeah, I mean in that case, you know, since I got detected by the one guy for missing the headshot, I still counted it as a detection. So, yeah, it is part of a stealth challenge, I guess, if I get detected there.
Citizen! You there! Oh!
What the fuck? Why is the guy in the totally other district or like location even seeing me here? Shooting somebody who's like much further away. That smelled like a bullshit detection, to be honest. I'm still gonna count a vote, but yeah. Independent silent assassin counts if your target spotted you since you kill him anyway. That's fair. Yeah, for me it's kind of like if I kill a person in the moment that I get detected, then I won't count it. Right, because he has like no chance to stay in that mode where he's like alerted. But yeah, just in the case where we missed the headshot, you know, the target was still alive and they were still alerted. In that case, I will count it. Another exception I make, of course, are force detection scenarios, where we just throw like enemies at you in combat. And another thing is also that if I kill my main target, then I can be detected afterwards if I run away immediately. It's a bit like striking in plain sight, I guess. Is allowed, but only if I have like one target, I guess. It's a bit different in Hitman because SA requires only target kills, no guard kills. I gotcha. Yeah, that's fair too, I guess, if you have like an actual target.
Gonna find ya! Gonna kill ya!
So I'm not gonna count another detection here because the person has already detected me before, just now. Just gonna wait here for now. Till he runs away. Yes, you can. You can non-lethally take down enemies by choking them out, for example. That's kind of annoying. There's like so many roaming guards as well, right? Because if I would shoot this guy now with a berserk dart, then there's like guards on this side. I'd be like, hey, you can't do that, you're getting detected. I'm just gonna try all these guys here.
Mon postérieur en garde un souvenir cuisant aujourd'hui.
Il y a un voleur parmi nous! Que t'es-ce
I have a tale. Come listen to my tale of adventure and woe.
What's he on about?
I have the dark. Come in now.
You there! Hold!
Hey, you! Stay there!
Not you! Yes, you!
Where are you going?
These guys seem to be like more on guard than usually, right? Because I'm not even inside the area, like any area, any restricted one. They're already like detecting me from like super far away. So I feel like they're more in aware mode than they would be usually.
Is someone there?
What the fuck? How was that on the headshot? Are you kidding me, game? Fucking hell. It's like the second time I was so sure that's a headshot. And they just straight up don't die. I guess I have hit his shoulder, just barely. And earlier I hit like the neck instead of the head. Oh dear, so many detections I could have avoided today already. Jesus. But that would be a fun challenge for the next marathon. That's true, yeah. I was actually thinking about doing a non-lethal challenge at some point. Just completely avoid any weapons as well. Especially with the RPG games, would be funny. With,
Christ! Who's taking us down? What how do I find you? Fuck you, old sword.
with games like, you know, Origins, Valhalla.
Right, answer the bloody question. You look like a royalist with your fancy clothes.
Okay. Thank God we got that mission done. was kind of sucky with how many guards there were inside, and when guards roaming, and they were like super aware. But yeah, we got it done. The Silent Assassin? Yeah. I do gotta play these Hitman games as well at some point. In fact, my next game after James Bond that I'm currently playing on the site will be Hitman 2016 most likely. Because people have been voting for it on Discord. Yeah, it's probably gonna be my first Hitman game that I will be starting soon.
I don't do business with extortionists. Get away. Should have thrown my money in the river. Bonjour à vous.
That's true, yeah. It's kinda cool how they include multiple versions together there. I think Hitman 2 did the same thing, didn't it? I don't have Game Pass currently, but I have gotten Hitman 1 for free on Epic a while ago. So I have the entire first game on there, I guess. So I can just play that. It's really not cool, to be honest. Couldn't migrate Hitman 1 to Steam data to Hitman 3 on Game Pass? Really? That's a bother. That's a shame that you couldn't do that. Especially since the point is about being able to play the old games somewhere. Oh well. HOARDERS. Marie Levesque is holding a gala at Le Palais Luxembourg, infiltrate the palace and kill her before she starts a riot.
You were right. Marie Levesque had men unloading the barges and taking the grain to the Palais du Luxembourg.
If the people think the royal family has been hoarding food in a time of famine...
Bedlam. Just the sort of thing Germain seems to thrive on.
Madame Levesque is yours. I'll find the stolen grain and try to get it out of there before anyone finds it.
Stay out of trouble. Don't get caught.
It's like me staying out of trouble? Never.
Help! Help! Someone help me! Hand over the powder!
What will we do, Michel?
If I could only get my hands on that guard.
Lovely party. You've outdone yourself this time.
Merci. Now pray excuse me, I need to see to my husband.
Assassinate Marie Levesque. We got 47 entrances, 3 collector boats, 60 guards, and 9 alarm bells. So we could create a distraction over there, but we have to kind of like deal with guards and escort the carriage. So I feel like I'm gonna skip on that, to be honest, because yeah, it just creates a big chance for me to get detected.
We dress you.
Must have been one of us, Michel. You want to be sent to the galleys. It was only a loaf of bread.
Every man in here is convicted of the same, or less.
This is what they call justice, then.
Were it only in my power, I would burst these prison bars asunder and fight my way to freedom. Every man in prison here would.
So we can also get an assistance opportunity here. But again, I think that's a bit too high profile for once. And we'll also get us detected more likely.
Liberté, égalité, fraternité, Assassin's Creed Unité.
That accent. I love it. Hey, the Kobe, welcome in. Thank you so much for 38 months of resubbing. I hope you're having a good day so far. And indeed, that is what we're fighting for here. Yeah, the pronunciation was amazing. A1 French rather. Yeah, that's absolute no worries whatsoever, Kobe. Thank you for, dropping by. Now, I hope you also have a good day at work today. Hopefully hay fever isn't hitting you as bad as it is me today. How's Anno dads? Yeah, pretty good, definitely doing good progress. Just got detected way too many times already today. I think we got like 5 detections already today. And 2 of them were like headshots where I was so sure I hit them. But actually I didn't, and then I got detected. But yeah, still having a good time though, which of course is a most important thing here. Get a terrible dust allergy on Saturday. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, dust I also don't react too nicely to, but hay fever is the worst for me. And today is like one of those days. Yeah, we're now at 35 total detections. I think my record with any of the games we played this year so far has been 43 on AC2. So I think Unity is definitely gonna take that over. Because we still got a decent bit of stories left at this point. But yeah, overall I'm definitely still happy with how it's going, considering the difficulty on the stealth in this game.
Pauvre âme, tu vas finir aux innocents.
Someone's gotta pay.
Réduisez-les au néant, soyez sans pitié!
Cheers, Kobe, I appreciate it. Yeah, I've never actually taken kind of like medicine against it before, but Levi has also hay fever, so she got a couple of pills, and I tried them, and it was like so much better. But unfortunately, I'm one of 10,000 people that gets stomach cramps from it, apparently. Like a really weird kind of like pressure feeling in like the underbelly. So yeah, I can't take that anymore, I fear. Because yeah, it just creates like other issues, I guess. Which really sucks, because regarding hay fever it was like perfectly fine. Basically live on Cetirizine. I gotcha. Yeah, I wish I could as well, I guess. Maybe I just gotta find another kind of like medicine that works similarly and doesn't create like stomach cramps. There's a good chance there might be something that I could find. And yeah, fortunately it's not that bad for most days, at least. Okay, we gotta actually rescue Thomas Levesque. He's the husband of Marie. But we gotta deal with all of these guys first.
Philippe? Oh.
Okay. Rescue the husband. I just gotta get Marie. And yeah, as part of a challenge, of course, I just have to kill Marie, and I can be detected afterwards. Which, in general, is extremely difficult, if not almost impossible, to stay completely stealthy in this mission after you kill her. But yeah, as part of my challenge, I can be detected after I kill my main target, and then I just have to escape immediately. Could be there's some anti-allergy nose sprays with Monotasson as a Wirkstoff that you use a little while beforehand. Those have also helped you. Oh, that's a nice idea. Cheers, yeah, I probably have to just look into that and try some different things out. I'm sure I'm gonna find something eventually that will work for us. And I feel like I know this place inside and out because of how many times I played the most difficult heist mission. It belongs in the museum. Because you also have to be inside the Palais de Luxembourg. And I've played the mission so many times, like hundreds of times I think, that I just know every room.
Mesdames et messieurs, I would like to thank you all for coming. Tonight we celebrate another milestone on the road to liberty. Chin. Chin.
Thanks, Gobi. And also for the recommendation.
And my husband?
Secure, madam.
Good. Is that a new suit? Very deceptive. Everyone's all right here. More wine, anyone?
Could do this. That's a bit risky, I think, actually, but I think about it.
So glad to see you. I do hope you're not thinking of leaving. The evening's only just beginning.
Remember what I told you, Marie?
Oui, maman.
Francois Thomas Germain, for your crimes against the Templar Order, you are cast out. Let any man offering succor to the exile share his fate.
Boo. Nobody speaks to me. Now it's mine, de la Serre! De la Serre!
Milady, you have a caller.
I need your help, Marie.
You were right. King Louis's been talking to all sorts he shouldn't have. Plotting against the revolution out of one side of his mouth, while he promises to support the Constitution out the other.
Good. I trust you can get this information into the proper hands, Monsieur Lepelletier.
Of course, Grandmaster. With this evidence in hand, the King's conviction is certain.
Guards! To this end! Guards! Stop right there!
Let's nail him!
Person! You won't lose me!
What's happening?
Citizen,
I was actually about to add that to the counter there because I thought it was one of the NPCs in the game saying citizen. It will be harder for me to distinguish between the game and the sound bit now that I've added more variations of it actually. Oh yeah, we got the legendary Phantom Hood. We did it. They have actually added all kinds of new sound bits rewards. And I've also added more variations. For example, there's more citizens now and like a random selection that plays every time somebody redeems citizen. Same for Assassino, also for High Precision Gare. High Precision Gare only has 2 variations so far. Because I'm actually not sure if there's more than 2. Maybe there's 3 in Origins, but I couldn't find the 3rd one yet. And they've also added some new ones like insults. If you want to insult me of a game, I guess. You also have minstrel songs for 1k channel points now. So yeah, got a couple new ones that I added over the weekend. The minstrel songs have a 10-minute cooldown though, so I don't get abused too much. And I do get too annoyed by them either.
Hear my tale of the man who walks alone. He will root out a nail to the cross of his perdono.
Beautiful. Thanks for doing that song with Kobe. Also, hey, the Blue Tech, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for joining. And also, hey, the Verti, WSAD, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. No worries, Kobe. You have a good day. Thanks again for being here and for joining us. And yeah, I talk to you very soon. Okay, let's go ahead and finish off sequence 9 here. Where we can finally get the poison bombs, the improved Phantom Blade, and the Locksmith Master free. The escape. With Marie Levesque dead, it's time to rendezvous with Elise and get out of the area.
What?
No time to explain! Run!
Will we be taking a ride this evening, Professor?
No. I'm afraid not. These older models are entirely at the mercy of the breeze, and there is far too much of it, I'm afraid, to be safe. Now, this particular example... What do you think you're doing? Get out of there this instant!
Cut the ropes! I'll cover you!
Oh my.
Okay, forced combat scenario.
Good! Just one more!
Cheers, Blue Tech. I do love a Phantom Code. And the Sansalot hood always looks funny.
Hang on!
It certainly is lovely up here. You should see the view.
Oh, you don't say!
The wind is picking up. You'd better hurry.
Okay, so we can't touch the ground. We gotta keep up with the balloon here.
Have you thought at all about how you plan to get down?
Oh, these things tend to work themselves out.
What is that thing?
You're going to run out of room soon. I hope you've got a plan.
Does watch and laugh as you crash into the river count?
Leave them. Just run.
Hasten your pace. Try and cut them off.
I can handle them. You keep running.
What's that thing? A balloon dimwit? It's like, da, what a question. Yeah, it is busted. That's Elise. Feeling like Spider-Man.
Are you alright?
Oh, it was worth a try.
Oh no!
I'm alright. They might actually be trying to hit me. What did you do back there?
It's a long story. Stop playing around.
Your pardon, monsieur.
I love its interaction there. But you can of course very easily miss as well.
Seems like the time. This hardly seems like the time. Stop playing around.
What do you think I'm doing here?
We're almost at the river. Hurry!
Just coming. Next time, I plan the escape route. It's beautiful.
From up here, you'd never know the nation is tearing itself apart.
Can things ever go back to the way they were before, do you think?
Do you? After everything that's happened. Everything we've lost.
So that's it then. The course of history forever altered, never again to return.
Maybe we can't go back. But going forward isn't necessarily an ending.
Elise, You cheated.
You took too long.
I love you.
probably one of the last happy moments I kind of like share. But it sounds like Grandma, the one that is poor and sick. That's right. Don't fall the crook. Yeah. Imagine you actually had some kind of control during that cutscene and you could like successfully swing or something. Just like Spider-Man.
Giving is the greatest reward. So they say. Why not try it, huh?
Giving is the greatest reward. Hey, the Carbon, welcome in. It's going very good, thank you. Apart from having a pretty bad case of hay fever today. But how are you doing? Thank you for being here. Pretty romantic. Yeah, it is. That's the wrong bit. So I basically customized some of my sound bits to have like different variations of the same kind of like thing. You know, like the Becca quote now consists of like several ones, including VM Classic and Poor and Sick and Hungry. We also have like different variations of Citizen or Assassino. But I might rename that reward to kind of like be more accurate to just like a random Becca quote, I guess.
Had to dash. You looked so peaceful, I didn't want to wake you. Je t'aime, Elise.
Someone will come and collect it. Surely.
Initiate, do you read me? I'm sorry about all this noise. There's a waterfall of signal distortion. It's not looking good. How about one more boost before I lose this connection? Sending you the data now.
Okay, we've got some new abilities here. What we're looking for is, for one, the Master Locksmith. So now we can open up level 3 doors and chests more easily. And we're looking for the improved Phantom Blade, where we can fire twice without reloading or launching Berserk Blades. And we wanna get the Poison Gas for sure. A bomb that creates a large poison cloud that damages anyone inside it. Which is so good combining that with the Berserk Blades together. And now we can basically decide like what kind of abilities we wanna be getting here. I feel like the ground execution would be good to get for sure. More health is always nice, but not really necessary for the stealth challenge. I'd rather be more offensive, I guess. So I'm actually gonna get the ground execution here. Now we're at a point where we have all of the abilities needed to optimize our stealth gameplay, I guess. Oh, very nice, Carbon. That sounds very good. Yeah, you had a good time with a long weekend. And your girlfriend? Quite didn't understand it. Did I say hay fever? Yeah, hay fever. So kind of like allergies and stuff. So pardon me if I'm muted sometimes and stuff.
So hold fast. Our own research couldn't locate the date and place of Germain's death, so you'll have to find it yourself. Bishop out.
Get over here! I'll finish you quick if you ask nice!
Yeah, that finishes sequence 9. Which means now we only have 3 sequences left. And of course still a bunch of side missions. I think one thing I would like to do next is actually take on the Helix rifts here, because we still haven't done the occupied Paris ones. We got 3 of them in total. No worries whatsoever, Carbon. And cheers, dude, I appreciate it. But yeah, has it been going for you, Carbon? How's AC3 going? I know you started to play for that a short while ago.
Trying to pull the wool over my eyes. What you planning, Royal? I've had enough. I don't take time.
Ma parole.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with the Covert Helix Rift.
We thought we'd lost this assassin for good. His life is in your hands now. Find him. Data received. Excellent. This could hold some major Abstergo secrets. The data is breaking down. Get to it before we lose it. Nicely done. We need all the data we can find. I think this data could really help us. Wait a second. This one's encrypted. Good job. The more data we can get, the better. This data comes from deep within the Helix. Well done. Okay, we have our agent's location. You need to gather that data before it loses all integrity. Quick! Oh! Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. Another piece of the puzzle. Well done.
It's actually an artifact here. If I come across them, I want to collect them because it can lead to me unlocking the assassin ID outfit eventually.
This data comes from deep within the Helix. Well done. Keep up the good work. Wait, this data is encrypted. There he is. Free. Well done. The data is breaking down. Get to it before we lose it. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Out of time. Hurry! Our operative is safe and sends us thanks.
Right, finishes occupied Paris Covert, but we have still 2 more in the occupied Paris time. Let's go for the next one. Hazy Freeze going pretty well for you. This week you couldn't play it all. We'll get back to it on Sunday, you think? That's fair too.
And try to collect the data he found.
Definitely. Have you gotten to Connor's part yet, or are you still playing a Safen?
Right away. Hold on a second. I need to decrypt it. Wow, this should make our researchers very happy. That data node is starting to desync. You better collect it before it loses all value. Another piece of the puzzle. Well done. Great find. We're losing that data. Try to reach it before it's gone completely.
I need that data.
Good. We have enough data to trace our man's position. Data received. There's the agent. Get him out. That is good work. Excellent. This could hold some major Escort secrets. The data is desyncing. You need to collect it or it'll be gone for good. Another piece of the puzzle. Well done. Hurry up. You're almost out of time. The data is desyncing. You need to collect it or it'll be gone for good. Great find. Good job. The more data we can get, the better. This one's encrypted. Wait. I think this data could really help us. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Get to the exit, now! Our operative is safe and sends us thanks.
And that finishes the data harvest, Occupy Paris Rift. Which means we have one more.
The more data you can collect, the better your reward. But the assassin is more important. This data comes from deep within the Helix. Well done. Sending the data to the lab now. Wait, this data is encrypted. Data received. I think this data could really help us. We're losing that data. Try to reach it before it's gone completely. Let's hope that contains something valuable. Hold on, decrypting. Okay, we have our agent's location. There he is. You've done it. Good. Sending the data to the lab now. Great find. Hurry up. You're almost out of time. This will come in handy. Data received. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The simulation is breaking up. A job well done. Our agents are never safe in the Helix, though, so help them when you can.
Oh damn, I got 7,000 out of this. That's definitely a Helix Rift worth completing, if you want to get some money fast. Oh, I accidentally picked play again there. That's right. You can just exit the mission here. But yeah, that finishes the occupied Paris Helix Rifts. I'm not gonna go ahead and get the assassin into anymore because as part of my challenge it's just about finishing each mission once. And yeah, we can kind of like look over the intel we've gotten at the end of the playthrough, I guess. But yeah, for now this is all the Helix Rifts we're gonna be doing. I would just have to wait until we unlock the medieval one, which is the last one. And yeah, I think I'm actually gonna try to find some co-op and heist now, because we only have a few missions left there too. And yeah, I do wanna kind of like try to find people for it. Most importantly, the Woman's March, because that's by far the most difficult one, especially if you wanna do it stealthy. It's pretty much impossible to do it solo and stealth all of it, so I have to find people to play it with, and in that case, of course, it is exempt from a stealth challenge, since a lot of the detection in co-op playing with others is like unpredictable. So yeah, let's see if we can find some people to play with here. Let's also have a look here at the legendary Phantom Hood, because I reckon there's much better stealth stats than my current one. Even if I don't like the design quite as much. I mean, equivision range is 70, duration is 45. Versus currently we have 50% and 30. Additional creed points are nice, but not really that necessary. So honestly, I prefer looks instead of just base stats here. I'd rather wait until I have enough money to get this one. It's not really that worth it, you know, like additional range and cooldown. I mean, we're fine with the current one. I could definitely get better breaches though. I think I'll go for the Master Bourgeois breaches. Increasing our noise a little bit further.
Would you? Hey! That's not yours!
I mean, if I don't find people to play with, then I just have to do it solo and exempt it from a stealth challenge, pretty much. I guess. But it is a mission I would rather do with others because of how it is really designed for 4 players, you know, instead of 1. Plus, there's also kind of like glitches and bugs that can happen with this mission. That, of course, becomes less frustrating if you can just replay the mission with others.
Bonjour et bienvenue. C'est l'œuvre fondatrice qui a bouleversé notre temps.
Des hommes, grands et petits.
So far we haven't really been lucky. I might as well just try to find another game later. Instead of like waiting for too much longer. Gonna wait until 6 minutes here and then we're gonna do something else.
Why, your terror last
I don't
night.
do business with any...
Okay. Gonna just run over this direction, and meanwhile we're gonna look for the other co-op mission. There's a chance you might find people for that one at least. At least until we get there. I've been robbed. Kinda wish if you mark something and you look for a co-op mission, it's those there's marked. Apparently not though, and you also can't look at the... I can look at the map by going to a menu. But yeah. You can do this at least. It's helpful, I guess. Because it's roughly the location we have to go to find the mission. I can sit here and just focus on some other side missions for now. I'm gonna have a look again later to see if we can maybe find some people to play with then. There's definitely a bigger chance in like the later afternoon hours to find games, but yeah. Definitely wanna not do them solo. It's like 4-player missions.
Who are the revolutionaries? Death!
Discovered some distressing news about the Crimson Rose.
The Crimson Sunset. Locate and assassinate the Count de Choiset, and then assassinate the Crimson Rose.
The man you rescued, the Count de Choiset, is a Templar. All the nobles saved by the Crimson Rose are Templars. I've learned that the Count is about to be spirited out of Paris on a barge. It's docked near the Hôtel Fiume. See that the Count doesn't get away. Then assassinate the Crimson Rose.
Several days to get to England.
Can't you hurry? I'd like to dine with my cousin, Lord Percy.
Remember, ask
story is that we've got goods to deliver to Argenteuil. Textiles.
Okay, so I gotta confront the Crimson Rose here. So I guess it's gonna be like a forced combat scenario.
You're an assassin! Could you please fight with a little more panache? I'll see that you're properly dressed for your funeral. Was it really so bad before the revolution? Peasants starved, I suppose.
Peasants starved, I suppose. Oh, okay, never mind, I'm dead. Oh, that's the end of Crimson Rose, I guess. Let's go back to the Café Theatre, because there's definitely some money we can pick up here.
Lovely day, eh, sir?
Yeah, bit of money.
Good day to you, sir.
No redemptions, what is this? Hey, Verhabenja.
Send bambini to do a man's work.
Indeed, yeah. I've added some new ones and also added variations to the classic ones like Citizen, Assassino, and Poor and Sick, and the likes. So yeah, I did finally add that. How's it going, Harbinger? Hope you're doing well today.
No need to sleep dead. I have a right to be here.
Du fond du cœur, merci. Je prierai.
Again, the fountains are cursed.
Devilishly tricky. Investigate reports of satanic apparitions and put an end to them.
There are 3 such fountains. If you drink the water, the devil comes to you and lures you away with promises. One of the fountains is right there.
You opened the stream page earlier but was too busy eating, so we were to 2 rifts. Yeah. We did finish those rifts now as well. So only got the medieval ones left now. Once you unlock them.
Come to me. I can give you untold riches. Eternal life can be yours. Everything you desire. Just come to me. Yes, this way.
So that's kind of like an ambush kind of mission, which means they're gonna throw combat and enemies at us. Okay, that's the first level down. Yeah, if it's Batman Harbinger. Yes, Hitman was a bit more popular there than Batman was so far. But I mean, even if Batman doesn't get voted for, I will be playing it for sure at some point. Just not as soon as you'd like, I guess.
Come to me. I can give you untold riches. Eternal life can be yours. Everything you desire. Oh, just come. You will find peace.
I never told you Jack in the past.
Contrôle donc ton humeur, si...
livres par 7e, c'est une occasion à saisir. Allons, il n'y en aura pas pour tout le monde. Oui, monsieur, pour quelle quantité?
Come
Non,
to
le
me.
gros, le prix n'est pas négociable.
I can give you untold riches. Eternal life can be yours. Everything you desire. Just come to me. Yes. Closer. Closer. Come. Come. You will find peace at last.
Oh, that is the end of a devil. But now that we've done this mission, it kind of creates visual bugs sometimes, you know. There's a good chance if I use Eagle Vision now that we're gonna kind of like run into some bugs as well. Let's go down here. Still got tons of missions in that part of Paris. So I'm looking for people for co-op mission. Am I finishing those today? It was the plan, but if I don't find people to play with, then I probably will finish them next time. Because I've only got 2 4-player missions left, one of them being the Women's March. Which is really tricky doing solo, let alone attending to do it stealthy. It's like pretty much impossible, I think, to do that one completely stealthy in time. Because you also gotta escort Mericourt and the other woman at the same time. So it's like time-based, designed for 4 people. And also there's one heist mission left, which I can do solo, to be fair. Like this one shouldn't be too tricky, even if there's like tons of guards. But yeah, the 2 co-op missions left I would rather do in a party, I think. So I'm gonna have a look again later, maybe in like 2 hours or so, to see if I can find people to play with. And an attempt to finish those ones. But yeah, with only 3 ones left, I should definitely be able to finish them today, for sure.
Citizen, I could use your help. Citizen, Paris needs you.
So many citizens. But speaking of Mericourt, I guess. There she is. Arm the people. Assassinate the Templar gunsmith and help Theron de Mericourt arm her Parisian militia.
How can I help, dear Wang?
Paris will never overthrow its chains with rifles like the ones it has. Its enemies are much better equipped.
Where are these guns coming from?
The local criminals have a mysterious new gunsmith and very wealthy backers.
Seems suspicious.
Kill the gunsmith and collect his blueprints for our own manufacturing.
Did I do the guillotine?
I wish I were a duck.
That's like the most random Assassin's Creed NPC quote I could find. I wish I was a duck. It's like, huh? Why do you want to be a duck? But yeah, I've done the guillotine mission off stream actually, because I finished it on stream like 2 or 3 times essentially. And it didn't just let me finish it, so I went ahead yesterday and just finished it off stream. Just get it like off the progress tracker. I think it's from Syndicate, actually. Could be wrong. I have no idea how this guy is still seeing me. One I have to steer from. Seems like it's bugged or something. See that he's like even in alert status, even though he hasn't even spotted me or something. Okay, it's good now. Like how he wasn't affected by the smoke bomb whatsoever, my target. So, that one is just treated separately apparently.
The blueprints aren't here. They must be at their armory.
So if he would have detected me, it would have been a bullshit detection pretty much. You can't imagine Lucy Font saying, "I wish I was a duck. No matter how hard you try, you have to find the NPC." Yeah, I think it's definitely like a random NPC somewhere in London, probably. I mean, according to the accent, I would say it's definitely Syndicate. You could also say it's Unity, but I never heard that one being said in Unity, I don't think, so... Pretty sure it must be Syndicate. I did actually find it on the Assassin's Creed Sound website. So going there and looking for the civilian category for Syndicate, it should probably appear there, I'm quite sure. Carmen found this alert status being always very bugged every time we're dealing with one of these houses. Yeah, it can be quite tricky, one of these houses always, and then, you know, the guard or target was already even, like, more aware than other people are. Because if one person is alerted inside a house, it alerts others quite quickly. But yeah, he was like even more special just now. It's even more difficult than usual. I kinda have to deal with all of these snipers first. Let's have a look around if there's more snipers around. Doesn't seem like. So I guess we can work on double assassinating here. Well, speaking of snipers, there's one outside the area. Of course. That's another annoying part sometimes, right? Because there's like guards that are not even part of a mission necessarily, or like the mission radius, and they can still detect you. I'm gonna wait until the silhouette appears again. Hey Famolo, welcome in. It's going very good, thank you. How are you today?
New shipment almost ready. It may be a while.
Oh yeah. Let's get out of here. Let's go to here, Molle. Yeah, working a bit more on finishing the rest of the side stuff today. Currently we are at, let's see actually, yeah, 70% total sync. And definitely getting with the side missions here. About 70% through with most of them. So we're on a home stretch here.
Well done, citizen. With better rifles, Paris's enemies will fall.
My pleasure. Citizen.
Citizen. Was that Haven? That was actually Pierre Denton, or however he's called. He's one of the guys in the court mission that talks to Robespierre. He's like, Citizen Robespierre. I had to kind of cut it off there, which is why it sounds a bit rough, I guess. But yeah, it's from one of the court missions in Unity. Okay, sorry I had to mute myself here for a sec. It almost sounded like Haven, but you can't imagine him saying that line either. Yeah, that one I definitely know for sure it's from a co-op mission because I went ahead yesterday and played Unity only with voices enabled. And then I ran through a couple of cutscenes and I alerted guards and stuff just to get as many citizens as possible. So I think now we have like 8 different variations of citizen. I mean, I'm sure I could get many more, but yeah, I wouldn't like run around for hours on end in Unity just to gather like more citizens. Maybe at another point. But yeah, let me actually use a couple ones just to showcase off a couple of different citizens.
Citizens. Citizens. Citizen. Citizens. Citizens.
It's kind of funny. It's of course random, right? Which means sometimes the same one can happen multiple times. I've also added more Bully Maguire sound bits. So now I can like summon a random Bully Maguire quote.
Get out of the way!
Ah yeah, the glorious AC1 success sound. That one's actually quite satisfying. Yeah, we also have other success sounds, of course. There's also the one from AC Unity that you liked so much. That one is from Brotherhood, I'm quite sure. Also, holy shit, we get 50k for that one. Escort mission. Deliver Theron de Maricourt's core to join her woman's brigade to groups of prostitutes.
I've had a very good idea. I want to raise up an army. A whole army of women. Women have had the worst of it, and it's women who will know how to set things right. Now, when I say women, I mean the women of the streets. You know, prostitutes, streetwalkers. I need you to go to the brothels. Give them these recruitment handbills. They'll join up in droves.
Okay then. I should probably also restock my supplies here because we really need it.
Here, brother.
Assassino!
Un nouveau client.
Assassino. I found a cleaner recording of that particular assassino. We also got Lucrezia and Cesare Borgia saying Assassino Tuna. Assassino. Okay. Let's go on high ground here. Probably create like a berserk distraction, to be honest. Then we can use poison. Oh, very nice Harbinger. That's definitely understandable, you know, with COVID and everything. People didn't get out as quite as much anymore, at least some of them. So are you doing like any specific sport or something, or just like regular kind of like fitness training? Ich muss dieses Spiel durchspielen, wenn ich nach Hause komme. It sounds like a good plan, Molle. How far into Unity are you actually? Which is funny because until 2015 you were 30 kilograms below the ideal weight for your height. Damn. Well, it's probably better to have a few more kilograms than 30 under your ideal weight, I would argue. Or who knows? Not like I'm an expert or anything. You have your own workout plan and helped you go from 60 to 90 kilograms in a couple of years. Not going to the gym, just exercising on your own? I gotcha. That's nice. I would definitely help you already having worked out kind of like a fitness plan. It works for you personally too. You've paid for it like 3 times. You collect AC games and trinkets? I gotcha. Yeah, Unity is a great one. Never got tired of it so quickly. Jesus, this is taking ages. Finally. Oh, shh, no. Oh, freaking hell. I still thought I had a smoke bomb equipped there. But I still have a poison bomb. Freaking hell. Never mind then. All of this for nothing.
An army of women? About time! I'm in! Oh, baby. As long as I get out of this hellhole, yes.
Yeah, now we're only like 8 away, I think, from surpassing our record. It's really annoying, they kind of like already start spotting me even though I'm just minding my own business here. You know? Like, what am I doing? Nothing. Yet they're already ready to detect me here. Oh, fucking hell. How many snipers are here? It's crazy. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, that's exactly the target I want to go to. Very surprised I didn't get detected there. Well then, take it.
What can I get for 3 francs?
A flirty wink and it's gotta be more fun than this.
You don't sleep with royalists, do you?
Let's go!
Come.
Oh, I don't want to go into this mission. Jesus Christ, game. I can't use freaking Eagle Vision because there's a freaking political persecution co-op mission spawning in my face.
We need your help. Join us.
Fuck's sake. I can't use A either because it would like throw me into a co-op mission. Cancel this one. I'm just waiting for this guy to come up here. Oh no, I missed the person. Fuck, you know. Okay. Yes, we're going in again. Oh boy. Molly, you have all AC games, including Chronicles and Rogue. Chronicles are kind of rare. You have not even opened the plastic wrap on it. Oh damn, you have it like as physical even. That's cool. I reckon there are not too many physical versions of the Chronicles games, I'd imagine.
Hey, handsome. You need to stretch your legs. I'm at her command.
Yeah, I only have AC2, Brotherhood, and Unity physical actually. All of the other games I have digital. In Unity I only have physical because I've got it for the PlayStation 4. That's really cool, I think, having games or movies that you really enjoy as a physical version. Jesus, how many guards are here again? I think there's another disguise that I will be using here.
I'll
I can also see if I can use social stuff here to my advantage.
Take a good look, gentlemen.
These guys are ready to detect us here. And it will be quite difficult getting past them.
Don't tempt me.
Quiet down, everyone.
Especially without losing
Move away.
these guys here.
Shooting instead of screwing.
Jesus, get on my way.
Good.
Women's
army. That's crazy. I'll join. Different kind of Women's army. Where do I sign? That one.
Okay, that worked. God bless this guys. As a hardcore collector, you only buy physical games, almost always in collector's kind of editions. That's really cool, you know. Because some of the collector's editions are really, really awesome with like the additional content you can find, like with soundtrack or like concept art or whatever. Okay, this is gonna be another forced combat scenario here because we gotta defend our ally. There's another murder mystery. Definitely want to do more of them today because they're the ones I have the most left currently of, I think. You have working replicas of the gauntlets and hidden blade for AC2 and 4? Oh yeah. I love the hidden blades for AC2 and how it looks like. Indeed I am, Afro. Finally gotten there. Even though I have like a level 2 item equipped, I think, with the hood. The Decapitated Warden. Solve the grassy mystery of the decapitated corpse. Just gonna go ahead and disable the updates again, so it don't interfere with any kind of clues we find. The body of an unidentifiable man dissolving in a tub of acid. The head has been chopped off cleanly and there is a stab wound to the chest. It is unusual, as the puncture bears a mark of an X. On his finger sits an ornate gold ring. The address of the maker is etched on the inner shank. 84 Rue L'Arbelé.
Finally get a vacation, only to find a headless corpse rotting in my tannery. That thing's been sitting here at least a few days. But the wound on his chest, only a custom blade could do that. I've heard rumors those awful gangs love to leave their mark on their victims.
custom-crafted short sword, likely the murder weapon. The Caillon has been forged into an X, explaining the strange puncture wound left on the body. There's a maker's mark with the address of a blacksmith. The question though is, why would the killer leave it behind for us to find? You know, it's like planting evidence or something.
A few days ago, I heard some strange noises outside my window late in the night. When I looked outside, I saw someone going into the tannery carrying something quite large. I just assumed it was Citizen Gilbert, working late as always. I had no clue he was vacationing and someone broke in. Otherwise, I'd have told someone.
Maybe he just threw it away, so no one would notice. Yeah, I guess. Could be. But if it's kind of like a very custom crafted sword, right? Would you like throw it away or would you keep it? I guess. We'll place the planned evidence. That's true as well, I guess. Though that isn't something new in Assassin's Creed, is it? With like the bounty posters of AC2 and stuff being placed on like rooftops. But you're definitely right there. It is a we'll place the planned evidence.
Oh, this ring. How could I not recognize my own masterpiece? Of course, it belongs to Warden LaRue. You must return this. I'm sure he'll be looking for it. You'll find him working at the prison at La Salpêtrière, or home with his wife, Madame Camille. I'll write down the address for you.
So the ring we found belongs to a warden, which means he could be the unidentifiable body. It's been dissolved in acid.
If the blade left the mark of an X, well, that's one of mine. I forge them custom for the Gangley Marcher Law. It stands for X marks the spot or some such thing. A hooded fella, much like yourself, purchased one of those blades a few days ago. Look, I can't be responsible for these once they're sold. Check the tavern, Le Creux. It's where Les Marcheurs Morts spend most of their time. I'll write down the address for you.
So they're custom made for a gang, apparently. And a hooded figure bought one of these. Now, the question is, right, if it's crafted for a gang member, why would they obscure their identity to buy it, right? It almost seems like somebody wanted to buy it and not be noted that he isn't part of a gang or something. Let's go to the wife's house. It's not like it's a secret, right? That it was used by the gang. The head of Warden Leroux, placed on a pike. Whoever did this looks to be sending a message to the Deputy Warden.
The horror, the gall of these vermin. Look at what they've done. Poor Warden Leroux's head, placed on a pike for all in the prison to see. Surely a message to me who must follow his brave tenure. I'd wished him a good night just yesterday. I'd heard rumors of his gambling debts with Les Marcheurs Morts, that wretched gang.
Yeah, poor guy who must follow his place. That's not suspicious at all.
plaisir de te voir, citoyen.
Ça, je sais parler aux dames.
Yeah, I've been here.
Oui, monsieur, pour quelle quantité? Non, il n'y en aura pas pour tout le monde. Oui, monsieur, pour quelle quantité?
Et nos amis d'Amérique libérés toujours.
He deserved better than this. He had his faults, but he was a good man. Not that his wife even cares. Such fake tears. Always running off with a new man.
And faithful wife, huh?
My husband had many enemies. Running a prison made sure of that. I must admit, he'd been missing 2 nights before I could bring myself to tell the police. It's no secret that I wasn't faithful, but I would never do such a horrible thing.
To be fair, I believe her. Even if she's cheating.
Me? Well, I'm here to console Madame Camille, that's all. Just a friend.
Sure, just a friend. Letter from Warden Leroux to the Citizen General Security Officer. Yes, sir. I must inform you of my desire to remove Hugo Soyer from his post as Deputy Warden. The past month he has shown both an insubordinate attitude and reckless disregard for the management of our prisoners. Under his watch in the last week we've had 2 attempted escapes and several altercations arise between prisoners. Please advise. Sincerely, Warden Leroux. Aha. So that's the guy who was standing right next to Leroux's head. Placed on a pike. And if it was up to Deputy Warden Leroux, then Hugo would have lost his position. But now with Leroux dead, he not only keeps his position, he actually gets a promotion. So Hugo just became our main suspect here. Just wanna see if there's another clue here. Also, hey Wäschebätter, welcome in. Letter from Julien to Madame Camille. My love, I must profess I still count the days till we can meet again. But with Monsieur Leroux' insatiable paranoia, I fear this day may never come. Each breath he takes tightens the chains that imprison our love. Eternally yours, Julien Lamont.
Me? Well, I'm here to console Madame Camille, that's all.
Well, I guess that is kind of suspicious, you know, that he even talks about it like each breath he takes is an obstacle, essentially. But that's the only motivation here, really, right? I feel like Hugo's motivation is much, much bigger.
I knew something was wrong. Warden Leroux was always home late, but for him to simply vanish for 2 days made no sense. I heard he'd been mixed up with Les Marcheurs Morts, that horrible gang, but I honestly thought it was just rumors.
Vive la révolution! Ce n'est pas trop patriote, ça, tu vois.
You just bought Origins, waiting for it to download? Hell yeah. That's awesome, Shibata. Really hope you have an awesome time with that game, because that's like one of my absolute favorites in the series.
Hey, I know nothing, say nothing. I just serve Les Machers Morts their ale and carry about me business. You can take it up with their leader upstairs.
I was expecting someone to come by and pin LaRue's death on us. Sure, the Warden had some debt. But we were negotiating the release of some of my men in return. Why would I toss away a deal like that? I'm not a fool.
Fair enough, I guess. And yeah, that gives like Hugo enough a reason to actually go against the deputy, because in a way the deputy has been corrupt, right? He was like dealing with a gang to get rid of his gambling debt. So in a way I can even understand that Hugo wasn't happy about that. You know, I had like reason to kill him, but that wasn't the way. But yeah, let's go back to the prison, and then I'm quite sure we have our suspect there. You finish Ace Unity story and DSC, and now you're looking at Origin story. You saw that it takes more than 50 hours to complete, which is good because Unity was so short. Yeah, it's much longer than Unity in comparison. I mean, you can just rush through Unity's main story in a matter of a couple of hours if you don't wanna do all of the side stuff. So Origins will keep you entertained for a good while. It's also one of the biggest open world games they've created up until that point. Yeah, Origins map is basically, I think what they did is, initially they took Black Flag's map size and then planned to make it all land, essentially. I still think Black Flag is still bigger, but that was kind of like the intent initially. It gives you an idea like how much map there is in Origins, right? Because Black Flag had like already a huge map and there was just like water mostly. Yeah, it's huge.
The horror, the gall of these vermin. Look at what they've done. Poor Warden LaRue's head placed on a pike for all in the prison to see. Surely a message to me who must follow his brave tenure. I'd wished him a good night just yesterday. I'd heard rumors of his gambling debts with Les Machers Morts. Accuse me? But I'm in charge of the prison you'd like to throw me in.
That's right.
The irony of being locked up here. Are you enjoying this? Are you?
Well, actually I am.
I was certain the wife did it. She knows the town a little too well, if you know what I mean. Take your pick.
Ava Grumpy, welcome in. Black Flag might be bigger, but Unity is definitely more detailed. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Unity, right? It might be smaller, but the attention to detail is insane. Not only like on the outside of buildings and stuff, but also like so many, you know, interiors that they had to create, you know. It's definitely crazy the amount of like details you can catch in Unity. To be honest, I would always prefer a smaller but more detailed map than a vast and empty map. That's for sure.
Having trouble?
Especially in a game like Assassin's Creed, you know, where you have like benefits from like tighter spaces for parkour, social stealth, all that type of stuff. But yeah guys, I'm actually gonna go ahead and take a break here now, because we've already been streaming for more than 3 hours. And I still wanna keep on going for a while longer. So yeah, we'll take a break now, and when I come back we will focus on more of the side missions, because I wanna get to a point where we can potentially finish off the rest of the side missions next time. And as you can see, it's actually not that much, you know, I have mostly missions left in this part of the world. And kind of like in this southern part. But most of the missions in the city center and over here and there have been finished already. So I think next time we can definitely finish off the rest of the side missions, I would say. Grumpy Sam, you rather have a smaller but more detailed and more features on and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it really suits an AC game also quite well, I think, having like a very dense and detailed world, you know. I would love to have like a game again where we have like just 1 or maybe 2 major cities that are as detailed as Unity. But yeah, I'll be back in a few, and then we shall continue here with more of Unity. So catch you guys in just a few. Alright, welcome back to more of AC Unity with our stove and our mission objectives challenge. And yeah, we're gonna continue working on more of the side missions we still have left. We still got Murder Mystery, Social Club Mission, Paris Stories, and Nostradamus Enigmas left. But I don't think too many Enigmas, right? Only can see 3 right now. I could actually work on getting that done to unlock the Thomas de Carnillon outfit, but there's no rush on that, I don't think. Let's actually get a bit of an oversight here, what's left currently, I guess. 2 Helix rifts here. We got 6 social club missions, so almost done with them. Yeah, still got a decent bit of Paris Stories left here, so we can always do them. Murder Mysteries, we got 7 left total. And 4 Enigmas. Okay. Well then, in that case, let's go for another Murder Mystery and work on those.
What do you want then? Whose side are you on?
Let me also just check something here in the graphic settings real quick. You don't remember fires? I think that's something that happens once you do the September Massacre questline, which is like sequence 8, I believe. Because the Grand Châtelet prison gets taken over by a lot of the executions, I guess. Bones for Contention. Solve a mystery of a bag filled with bones. Inside the bag are severed several bones, including a human skull with a gold tooth.
I found that bag sitting in the mud. Did you see? A gold tooth. I only know one man with a gold tooth. He lives with his daughter on the Rue de la Verrerie, number 5.
What, a gold tooth? Not many folks with gold teeth. There's a barman right close by, at the Limping Dog Tavern. I'd hate to think he's been killed.
Limping Dog Tavern. Oh, that's the name? Hold up, let me check something here. Because the game is being a bit stuttery right now. Yeah, that's better.
What'll it be? Gold tooth? Yeah, this front one right here. I'm damn proud of it. Real tooth got knocked out in a bar fight.
So he's still having his one.
Bella, listen to me. You mustn't carry on this way.
Oh, Jamie, he's been gone for days. What shall I do?
Bella's father went out to make some purchases 3 days ago and never returned. The grandmother's always making lists of errands for him.
The Scottish accent, I think it is. And that's on purpose, you know, it's not just a placeholder kind of like British accent like a lot of the other characters. It's on purpose.
What am I to do? I can't sleep. I scarcely eat. My father has disappeared. He's easily recognized. Tall, has a gold front tooth. He can be rather strict, but he has my best interests at heart.
I'm the girl's grandmother, bless her heart. I'm too frail to run errands, so her father would do them. I'd given him a list and sent him out to buy some things. I don't remember everything that was on that list, but I did want some things from the merchant right down the street on Rue des Lombards.
Letter from Jamie to Bella. You know the depth of my love for you. My every breath is a sigh for you. I will always be yours, despite all obstacles. Return address is Jamie MacArthur, 3 Rue Bertin, Paris.
Seigneur, eh bien, on a bien laissé faisander.
So I guess the father has been an obstacle to their love then.
Oh yes, the man with the gold tooth. A few days ago he came by, bought shoes and sundries. His next stop was a butcher's shop that he'd never visited before. Asked me where it was. He left his list behind.
A leather shoes, clove brush, general store. The next entry is a butcher shop, but the address is crossed out. In a different hand is written sausages, butcher shop.
He left his list behind.
Okay, so we can find a butcher shop too here. Small bag containing a pair of woman leather shoes, a boat of cloth, and other small items. A bloody bucket overflowing with half-ground organs, probably from an animal.
I must have been out for a while. Took a real blow to the head. Fella came in here, I thought he was a customer. Then he jumped me in my own shop. He was wearing a tradesman's coat and a three-corner hat. Oh, he had some kind of crazy accent. Scottish, maybe?
Aha. Scottish accent. Semi-cleavers and used aprons. Similar to the bag found on the shore, contains pig bones. So I guess Jamie is our main suspect here. Let's go ahead and visit his house. Give a final confirmation that it must be him. Letters from Bella. A series of love letters from Bella to Jamie. I love you so, but I am in despair. My father simply will not allow our union. Crumpled letter. Leave my daughter alone. Your attentions are unwanted. Bella is meant for a much better match. She will certainly not marry a ridiculous Scotsman. I forbid you from seeing her again. There we go. The final motive of a kill. It's either the father dies or the love dies, essentially. Was over here, wasn't it?
You! Keep your voice down, you're raving like a madman! I'll pay you nothing for your life! Je le tiens, vieille Italie. Ce sac à dos fait perdre mon temps.
Bella's father went out to make some purchases 3 days ago and never returned. The grandmother's always making lists of errands for him. Oh. Yes, I turned him into mincemeat and he deserved it, old miser. I should have chopped you up into haggis as well.
Chopped him up, eh? Nasty business. Well, pick a weapon.
How about the Butcher's Blade? So we can make some haggis out of our enemies. I mean, that's pretty cool too. It's kind of like Morning Star as a staff. And it is non-lethal, even with all of those, you know, spikes and stuff. It's always the funniest thing to me, you know, like this weapon, also the Morning Star, are non-lethal. Right. That would be a cool thing about playing this game without killing people. Because you could use weapons like these, right? That are like counting as non-lethal. Let's go ahead and mark over here. And I'm gonna look for another co-op mission and see if we can find somebody to join us. Maybe at this point there's like more people potentially playing Unity.
Ah, just the fellow I was hoping to meet.
think I'm gonna wait for 3 minutes total there. I have a spirit of equality. The citoyen is welcome in the royal garden, where the mighty Helios ignites daily man's most destructive power. Okay, so the Palais Royal here, I guess, which is where we also have one of the murder mysteries referencing to a little kind of like a cannon that's triggered by the sun. What the fuck, Arno? So was the tree like facing another direction and aiming at another direction? He like jumped straight. Okay then. From the stones of a fortress breached, a concord built to span the divide, from where the minds of men gather to where their necks are severed. I think we're talking about the Place de Révolution, Concord. Hey Velucinda, welcome in. Good morning. Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a good day so far. And that you're looking forward for some more AC2. You're gonna be playing that today, right? That is. Doing well, eating your brunch. More AC2 today and tomorrow. How? Yeah. Looking forward to catch some of it later. It's always so cool, you know, seeing people play these games for the first time ever. And especially, of course, you know, who can appreciate also some of the stealth and story and stuff. Ah yeah, there's actually some missions related to Napoleon Bonaparte and his fiancée, Désirée Clary.
Arno, could you help me in a personal matter? It concerns my fiancée, Désirée Clary. Some sans-culotte plan to abduct her for a ransom. Captain Bernadotte knows the particulars. Join him in front of the post office and ensure that Désirée escapes her house unharmed.
Are we doing progress-wise in Unity today? Yeah, pretty good actually. We're currently at 71% total sync. However, I'm not actually doing 100% right because I'm not doing all of the collectibles. And as our main story, we are currently in sequence 10 out of 12. So only got 3 left here. I'm almost completely done with the co-op and heist missions. I've only got 3 left there too. And the biggest chunk is definitely still like Paris stories and murder mysteries and all that type of stuff. But we're definitely on the home stretch here, which means I probably need another 2 streams after this one. And then I think we will be finishing with Unity. So by Friday there's a good chance I will be finished with the game. And might even be starting Watch Dogs 2. Are the co-op missions beneficial to the story? Well, they definitely accompany kind of like some of the characters that might also appear in the main story. But mostly they're there to kind of like focus on some of the historical events, I guess, of the time. For instance, you know, like the food shortages, which kind of like eventually led to the French Revolution. Or like escorting Napoleon Bonaparte. There's also the Women's March, which I still have to do. So yeah, they mostly like to focus on the historical events, but they do also feature very important main story figures because, of course, some of them do appear both in the main story and the co-op stuff. Another great thing about them is they're a really good source of kind of like getting ability points. Because they are quite limited, and the only way to get ability points is either by doing the main story or by doing the co-op missions. So they're really good if you want to get like all of the abilities in the game as well. Are there co-op missions because you have to do them co-op, or are they just the ones that allow co-op? They're the ones that allow co-op. So every time you want to do a co-op mission, you can also play them in private with, for example, only like another player you want to play with, like a friend. You can also play it completely by yourself. It's always up to you. There's just like a max of players meter, which means you can have like maximum of 4 here. But you can technically do a 4-player mission all by yourself as well. Not gonna do that for the Women's March mission because it's way too difficult to stealth all by myself. Because it definitely has been designed towards having 4 players. But yeah, you can solo all of them, definitely. They have a pretty cool aspect of the game for sure. It's really like up to you if you want to do them, if you want to play it by yourself or not. So definitely giving you quite a bit of liberty.
I won't ask you again. You tell me. I'm not gonna let you push me around.
Ah! Bonaparte sent you. We are to rescue his fiancée. Let us make haste. Again, I find myself running errands for Bonaparte, and yet he and I are of equal rank. How does he do it? Gads! I've got a beautiful sword, crafted in Spain. But a man can't marry his sword, you know. I need a woman to soothe my brow. Ah! And here Bonaparte has already found a fiancée. Damn, he's a lucky dog. I wonder if he'll amount to anything.
So I probably will be getting forced into combat here, to be honest. If I get detected, I'm gonna treat it as a force detection because it is meant to be combat. But yeah, it works. Is there plenty of people who play this co-op, you imagine? It definitely depends on kind of like the day and sometimes the time. I did already try to look for co-op missions 2 times today and couldn't find anybody. So I guess today is one of those days where it doesn't seem super active. The player base is definitely small, but you can find co-op players to play with quite easily usually. But yeah, if you want to play co-op together, then your best bet is probably like looking for people beforehand and just creating like a party together.
You mangy fleabags! I challenge you to a fencing bout. Sans culotte? Get yourself some culotte. Good. Cannot stop us! We're here to rescue! Come on! Don't lay them out! We need a challenge!
Yeah, that's right, he's just carrying his sword openly, waiting for people to attack him. Parading around, shouting at everyone. Oh, attack me.
We got our trapped on the top floor! Stay back! They're covering the stairs! Amateur! We got her trapped on the top floor.
We're sorry to disturb you, but your fiancé sent us to ensure your well-being.
I can take care of my own well-being, thank you.
I see that in you, Captain Bonaparte has secured a precious victory. God, your ankle is exceptionally well turned.
Pertinent, sir.
Your ankle.
I like that.
It's perfectly
I
turned.
like that very much.
They just throw combat at you here at every point, essentially. Nothing you can do. I mean, they're spotting you through walls, essentially. Yeah, no kidding. It's kind of funny. It's like early 20th century when seeing a woman's ankle was like outrageous. Jesus, how many more?
Fighting with you has made me quite giddy with delight.
Oh, mon cher Bernadotte.
Say not another word. I dare not even dream.
You are right. There can be no dreams for us. Goodbye, dear sir. Goodbye.
This mission. Funniest thing is they're supposed to stand next to each other, yet they're having this entire conversation between staircases. They can't even bother looking each other into the eye. Amazing. Oh, look at this. Another murder mystery. The body politic. Solve the perplexing murder of a deputy of the assembly. Michel Hennebert, a man in his 30s, slumped at the dining table, traces of blood dripping from a mouth indicating internal hemorrhage.
My poor dear Etienne. I was afraid such a thing would happen. I feared just such an event for weeks. My husband has endured many death threats ever since his vote to spare the king. He even took the extraordinary precaution of hiring Armand to protect himself.
Oh, that didn't work, did it?
I am Madame Gérard. My husband and I were invited to dine, and I was looking forward to a lovely evening. The Henneberts are known as a delightful couple.
I hope I'm not to blame in any respect. It was I who advised Hennebert to invite the Gérard. I hoped to calm the murderous political situation. The wine was poured, and we all drank a toast to letting bygones be bygones. Hennebert immediately fell choking to the ground.
So as soon as they serve the wine, huh?
Citizen Hennebert was a political opponent, but he certainly had my respect. And my wife and I were delighted to accept his invitation. I understand that one of his servants has gone missing. That seems odd indeed.
Victim's wine glass, partially filled, a powdery residue along the rim appears to be powder glass. That would explain the internal hemorrhage. Take care, my friend. We suspect that the Montagnard radicals have established links to the Black Office, operating out of the office of a post. Every move is being watched. Etienne Dupont, proud member of the Feuillon and friend of the Constitution. Citizen Hennebert. The incident of a bullet through your window is the final straw. I'm sure you as a target are more cognizant than I that we cannot allow your life to be put in constant danger. The precautions you have taken do not appear to be adequate. As a result, the other leaders and I believe that we must bridge the chasm with the Montagnards. I advise you to invite Citizen Gerard and his wife to our weekly dinner. I will attend as well. It's a purely social gathering to help clear the air. No discussion of politics will be allowed. Olivier Guédé. Broken necklace made of glass beads. One appears to be missing. So I guess they could have crushed that to reach the effect of having powdered glass to create internal bleeding of a victim.
Monsieur Hubert, he was always kind to me.
It's all my fault.
André brought in the wine. Armand here tasted it, and André poured everyone a glass. They toasted, and right away, Monsieur looked all queer. Then he fell dead. I am worried about André, though. He's completely disappeared. Here, I'll give you his address. He might know something.
A note to Alicia. Alicia, tell André to order a new window from the glazier.
It's my job to protect Monsieur Enibel. I search everyone who enters this house for weapons or vials of poison. I also taste his food and wine before he has any, but I failed. I tasted the wine just before it was served by André. Like an idiot, I didn't taste it directly from his glass. A guest could have slipped poison into his empty glass long before the wine was poured.
Or, you know, powder glass. Window pane, a cracked window pane with a bullet hole. One of many attempted assassinations there. What did we all get detected by me just voting over here? Fuck.
Vous avez mes plus humbles remerciements.
My son ran to the apothecary. The one near the post office.
A bottle that has a crude drawing of a skull and bones on it, indicating poison. Skull and bones, huh? Now imagine that game coming out anytime soon. But yeah, one can dream, I guess. André, you are to go to the glacier at 31 Boulevard Montmartre to order a replacement window. Alicia. Okay, we haven't been to the apothecary yet. And I haven't been up here to the glassmaker either.
Citizen.
Citizen.
Whose side are you on then? What are you saying? Who are you fighting for? You need to calm down. I get it. You're...
Citizens.
Citizens.
What's the matter? I didn't know anything happened to Monsieur Hennebert. After I poured the wine, I stepped back to the servants' area. A messenger came to tell me that my sainted mother had taken a turn for the worse. I ran home, then rushed here to buy her some medicine. The only unusual thing about the evening was that just before the wine was served, Madame Girard's necklace broke. Monsieur Girard tried to fix it at the table.
Don't have time to listen to Paulson.
Just kill random civilians. I was actually trying to reload my Phantom Blade, but press the button to shoot, which, if your Phantom Blade is empty, will actually reload your Phantom Blade. But there's also a dedicated button for just reloading without, you know, having it associated with quick shooting. And that's pressing the left stick. So I guess I should have used that button instead. But yeah, Arno didn't kill any civilians, so it's fine. And hey Verot, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, dude, and welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a good rest of the stream today with Red Dead Redemption 2. Hope it was awesome to play something that wasn't Assassin's Creed for a little while. How was it? How was the rest of Chapter 6? And yeah, welcome in to all the Raiders. Hey there, Anakin, welcome in. Thank you for joining. I hope you had a good time today, dude. We're currently doing some murder mystery investigating.
viendront remplacer celles qu'on fixe plus ou
One of these levels should have some clues for us. Rotter went really good. You did the first mission of Epilogue 1 before ending the stream. How's Unity going? It was great to be able to play a non-AC game after a few weeks straight of AC games. Yeah, I bet, dude. But that's awesome. I'm glad you had a good time and that you also finished Arthur's story arc because, yeah, that's always, you know, such a good part of a game. So what is this Lance doing here? Just straight up going out of a wall. But that's awesome, dude. GG's on getting, you know, that part of the game done. And yeah, Unity's going pretty good. We had a bit of a rough start today. I've got like detected 5 times in the first 1.5 hours, I think. And especially for really stupid stuff sometimes, you know, where I was like essentially aiming at the head of the enemy. And then it hit like the shoulder or like the neck of them and it didn't actually one hit kill them. So I had like a couple detections like that today. But yeah, after that it's been going pretty good with the stealth challenge and everything. We done the Marie Levesque mission completely stealthy first try, so I was quite happy with that. And yeah, we're already up to sequence 10 now. So only got 3 left at this point. It's going quite good, I would say. Yeah, that's been happening a couple of times, also with like smoke bombs, you know, that you would kind of like be like this, you know, like have a perfect curve out of a door or window, yet it still hits something in front of you and gets like detected or something. But that's just stuff that can happen, you know. Until very recently you didn't know Vidok was a real dude. Yeah, I think the database entry tells us about him also being responsible for the upbringing of the kind of like Secret Service of France, I think. Which is pretty cool, you know, that him being like a criminal, he actually really understood the mind of a criminal for once. And he also had connections to the underworld that were like very helpful to solving cases, of course, because he had people he could talk to that no other official would have the opportunity to, I guess. So yeah, that's pretty cool about him, I think. Cheers, Sani. Yeah, you're definitely happy with at least how the main stories have been going for the most part. But yeah, there's been a couple of side missions where it's been extremely difficult not to get detected at all. List of accounts. Citizen Hennebert. Replacement window pane. Madame Lemar's large mirror. Patriot, glass beads for necklace, including 1 PR drop. Mademoiselle Bazet, set of wine glasses, and Mademoiselle Lenormand, Priestess Fair. That's funny. Because Lenormand is actually the lady that we helped at the start of the game. That gave us the mechanisms to the laboratory of Nicolas Flamel, one of the most well-known alchemists in history.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor, I'm sick and hungry.
And she's voiced by that lady. It's actually funny. It's funny you got exactly that sound bit, Rod, because I actually have like 4 different variations now, I think, of I'm poor and sick and hungry. Or kind of like give me some coins. So there was like a 25% chance, I guess, that you picked the right one there. But they've actually updated my sound bits.
So let us sing for joy. Strikes down the evil guardsmen, protects the girls and boys.
Amazing. Lucinda's gonna be hearing lots of those minstrel songs, that's for sure. But yeah, I've added some new sound bits. I've also kind of like worked on the already existing ones. Like we have now more variation, I guess, between the same sound bit, right? So Assassino, we have like 4 versions now of. And every time it's redeemed, it's like a random, you know, selection. We also got more variations now for Citizen and also for High Precision, Gary. So yeah. It took a while to get all of those, but yeah. And I'm still not finished because I want to add more variations as I find them.
Assassino.
The Dapo Assassino. That was kind of funny actually because it was Cesare and Lucrezia at the same time.
I do a lot of work for important politicians. I don't much like folks nosing about. Get on out of here.
Okay, there should be another clue here. Ah, a glass bead. A teardrop-shaped glass bead, very resilient, yet accuracy when the glass tail is broken off. The entire bead bursts into powder.
I do a lot of work for important politicians. I don't much like folks nosing about. Get on out of here.
Okay, so I think it's pretty much confirmed that it was the guy visiting. He let his wife carry the necklace and then used the glass to put it into the wine. And then it created like internal bleeding into the target or victim. And that's what killed the politician. Cheers, Rod. Yeah, it definitely took some time. What really helped, of course, was the AC Sound website. Because there is a couple of ones I could get from there. But a lot of them I also had to go ahead and record myself. So I went into Unity, for example, to record all of the different Citizen variations that I have. And finally I've also gotten the higher precision getter one from Origins as well. Took a while to find like the exact NPC, right? But you can actually hear it by the voice of the NPC. That they're the ones who, you know, say certain sound bits, and then you just have to kind of like go back and forth until they say it.
High position gerecht.
Yeah, that one I also got a cleaner recording of.
Position gerecht.
Hiya! That's by far my favorite one. Désirée, or should you say Barnabas? No worries whatsoever, Lucinda. You have a good one. I hope you have a great start into AC2 today. Thanks for being here and for joining us. And yeah, we will definitely catch you soon as well. And yeah, for anyone who hasn't checked out Lucinda's channel yet, definitely consider doing so. She's a great streamer, currently playing through AC2 for the first time ever. And she's gonna continue playing through the AC games every Monday and Tuesday. So yeah, definitely check that out for somebody playing the games for first time ever.
Right.
Citizen Hennebert was a political opponent, but he certainly had my respect, and my wife and I were delighted to accept his invitation.
Yeah.
Diarrhea got you stuck? Try
He voted to
leeches.
spare the king. Such men are traitors to the revolution.
Yeah. I've been told that leeches are very, very good against diarrhea.
He was a traitor to the revolution. I should get a medal.
I still can't make this one out. The glass won't break. Odd. Go ahead, choose.
Hey there, Sackhead, welcome in. Oh damn, we got the claymore. A heavy sword brought to France by Scottish mercenaries. I like how it looks. Nick, can you love that villager who puts emphasis differently? Yeah, it's really, really funny. Having like the same variation. Or different variation of the same kind of like quote, I guess. It looks like medieval doctors loved leeches or draining blood as a treatment. Yeah, like bloodletting was very big, right? It's like you're sick, how about you lose some blood? I'm sure that's gonna, you know, get rid of it.
Such violence in the world. So little room for love and beauty.
True words. Especially in this day and age. I think that's very accurate. Speaking of violence, let's kill some people, shall we?
Assassino!
Assassino. Oh, I haven't collected the viewpoint here yet, actually. Interesting. Let's go ahead and get it. Of course, I think that's the last viewpoint in the game, actually. Claymore, nice weapon and easy to hide. Yeah. We were talking about that Claymore, I guess. It's kind of funny because I always associate Claymore with Call of Duty and the kind of like trap Claymore that you can use. Because you can't forget that because campers just use it always to kind of like protect the pathway. So if you only have like, if you have one pathway to get to a camper, they just place the Claymore right at the entrance. And if you try to get that person, then you're just gonna die getting there. If you don't know about the Claymore that is. Annoying as heck. There's actually snipers here guarding this viewpoint, so I want to take them out beforehand. Yeah, no worries, Rod. Take your time. The heck? Hallo? Up here. Still conflict apparently. Not anymore. Ah yeah, I was actually wondering if we have another social club left. But there's one. Interesting. Actually have quite a bit of money, which we could invest into another legendary gear piece here. Let's see. I mean, honestly, the legendary Sans-a-Lot code will of course be extremely good, just based on like stealth stats purely, right? It's by far the best code in the game when it comes to like stealth stats. And the restricted area detection time, minus 130%, you know, is really good. Same for the disguise duration and radius being bumped by 100% if upgraded. What else we have? We could get a legendary bracer. Here we could have addition of Handle Blades and Berserk Blades 7. Which would also be quite nice to have. But honestly, these stealth stats are by far the most important thing here for us. So I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and buy the legendary Sans-a-Lot code. Just based on like how insanely good it is.
The prince in Paris.
I can't believe he's still alive.
Little Prince. King Louis XVI's son is rumored to be alive and in Templar hands. Find and rescue the prince.
I can't believe it.
Some people will believe anything, won't they? You shouldn't believe everything you read. The Templars are holding the prince as a bargaining chip, but have lost interest.
Bad news for the prince.
The assassins want what he knows, but the Templars will kill him unless we can get him on a boat out of Paris.
Consider it done.
Please, my uncle is the Count of Provence. He can pay.
He's paying, all right. Who do you think wants you dead?
But why?
You'll be king for a day. Then that uncle of yours will take your place.
Please, I've done nothing wrong.
Then you must be the first innocent royal in history. You've killed a prince before.
Please don't harm me!
I just do as I'm told, son.
Prince Louis Charles, I presume.
Finally! My uncle sent you then?
I serve another master.
A servant nonetheless. Well, what are you waiting for? Rescue me!
As you say.
Servant nonetheless, huh?
I'm not going anywhere with those brutes downstairs.
Time's up for the little prince.
Shame. He's just a boy.
Didn't peg you for a royalist. That boy is the next king of France. When do you suppose they'll do the deed?
Soon, I want to get out of here.
If people knew who we had upstairs, we'd be dead men.
Come on, let's go.
You don't give the orders here.
It's almost like he treats you as a servant. Yeah. If the irony here is, he isn't even the prince. He's just pretending to be.
Well, there are more of those thugs downstairs. Hurry! If you would hurry up, we'd be outside already. Take out the men by the door.
Probably dog shit. It's a tannery after all. Use dog shit. Well, excuse me, my lord. Didn't realize your leather was too good for dog shit.
I knew I shouldn't have taken it.
Your Majesty.
Took you long enough.
Let's go. Your boat is waiting.
But I get seasick.
Of course.
Dude, it's a boat, it's not a ship. You'll be fine.
There's more ahead. Can't you watch where you're going?
Just wait here. They're waiting for us at the shore.
I hope they have sweets.
You had better be worth it.
He's like, I don't make space for my servants. You want some sweets? He's hungry. Yeah, that's what he usually eats, you know, if he's really hungry. Some sweets.
Greetings, Arno, but there has been some confusion. This is not the prince.
You've got to be kidding.
Wait, but I was the prince's groom. I grew up with him.
What you know is useful, nonetheless. You will be safe with us.
Glad I could help.
I'm not doing the hanging dance. Oh yeah, it's working exactly as intended. Fuck was that? Like, I love how some animations look combined together. Okay, I think I'm gonna give searching for co-op one more try today. It's now 4 PM over here, so I guess there's a bigger chance now that people might be joining.
Back here with that! Why?
I'm only gonna search for like a maximum of 5 minutes for, and if we don't find anybody, then I will just be doing them next
I
time.
cannot believe you feel injured by an imaginary insult. I owe you nothing.
An imaginary insult, that's very fitting. Fourth wall break though. Always fun seeing some guy edge working in the dark alley. Yeah, that's what I think as well, right? It's very often. Welcome back, Rod. Ah yeah, another thing that I made a variation for is the Bully Maguire one. I did like kind of like his classic lines from Bully Maguire, and you can now create like or summon a random Bully Maguire quote.
You're trash. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. I'll back it in there. You're an embarrassment to him. You're trash.
You're trash.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
So we got the full package now for Bully Maguire 2.
Listen to me! I said I want all the...
I actually wonder if there's maybe some new letters from Elise. You could use that time here to have a look.
Not a bad take.
Oh yeah, another thing that I added is also a success sound bit, so I kind of like gave that different mission passed. Ah, there you go. Yeah, I've added different mission pass sounds, mainly from Assassin's Creed, GTA and Red Dead Redemption. You're almost at 100k channel points, never use them. That's fair too, I guess. Gathering in case I activate the redeem a game channel point reward. It's kind of funny how dark the game is right now, because it's definitely a lighting bug that can happen if you tap out of the game, I think. I don't think I can read the letter while I'm searching, can I? Or do I have to press like a button? Let's see.
Dearest Arno.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Arno. What have you done? I know we didn't part on the best of terms, but to go running to the assassins? My father kept you away from them for a reason. Their creed is like wine, sweet enough at first blush, and in moderation it makes life seem more bearable. But drink too deeply, and you find naught but madness and anarchy. No doubt they've already filled your mind with tales of how dreadful we Templars are, that we would make slaves of humanity and place our boots on the world's neck. You knew my father, and you know me. I can only pray that is enough to give the lie to those tales. My order has turned against me, and I am hunted by those I once called friend. I could not bear it if you turned against me also. Think of me, and be well. Elise.
Infidel! Arno and Elise.
Infidel. A letter? From Elise? For me? From Elise? How can he read in the dark? Eagle vision.
What's with the fancy cloak, anyway? Are you a member of the preening chicken cult?
Yeah, to be fair, AC2 had or gave me a big selection of quotes to choose from. Preening Chicken's Creed. That's part of a creed that the chickens belong to in Odyssey, I think. You see literally nothing because of how bright the room you're in right now. That's fair. I guess it doesn't help that the game is also kind of quite dark right now because of the lighting bug that's happening. Should probably be fixed if I fast travel here. But yeah, I think you mentioned before that you have like issues with lighting and everything in your room. It's a sad thing that assassins work in the dark. Yeah, if only they could see more. Always the same. Okay, let's recapitulate. So we still have a decent bit of side missions left, but overall definitely doable. Mostly in the southeastern part and the northwestern parts here. If we look at the progress tracker, we're currently at 71% total sync. With 2 Helix rifts left, 6 social club missions. Like about 14, like a bit more than a dozen Paris stories. And 5 murder mysteries, as well as 3 Nostradamus Enigmas. So I think there's a good chance we will be finishing at least most of this next time. But given how many Paris stories we still have left, I think it's definitely gonna take us 2 more streams to get the rest of the side stuff done. But I think by Friday, which will be the next 2 streams, I should also be able to finish with the main story, because we only have 3 sequences left, all of which are rather short. So yeah, I think on Friday we're gonna be finishing this. Rod, you had Arthur with that long forked chin beard and long hair, and for John you're going to have him have a mustache only and short hair. But it's definitely quite the change, you know, from Arthur to John. But they look so funny with Arthur, with a beard and head combo. She is, yeah. It's definitely progressing well, considering the challenge, and considering I'm doing it for like all of the side missions pretty much. It does also help that I can't reload checkpoints or missions on Paris stories. So whenever I get detected there, I just count it essentially and then, you know, carry on. If a game would have like a checkpoint restart function, or like a restart mission function of the Paris stories, then I probably would be like maybe at 50% total sync now, I think. But yeah, definitely happy with how it's going so far. And yeah, overall we're now at 36 detections total, which is 7 less than my record with AC2, I think, with 43 detections. I have a feeling we're gonna get at least to 44 in Unity, but we're gonna see, I guess. 2 more streams. Who knows, maybe it actually is gonna be roughly the same as AC2 by the end of it. We hope to find suitable silly clothes for John as well. There's something to fit the mustache or something. You were the same with Rose and just kept count of how many rules you broke and then added them afterwards. That's fair, yeah. Yeah, the only other thing you would have to do, I guess, is kind of like fail the mission completely, then run back all the way to the mission starting point and then try again, but definitely not gonna be doing that. If a game doesn't provide me like a checkpoint restart option or something, then I won't force myself to do that. But yeah guys, this is gonna be where I call it for today. I did actually intend to go for another hour or so, but considering that hay fever is pretty bad to me today, I think I'd rather call it here and just take it easy. However, we're gonna go ahead and raid out to Lucinda, because she's playing some AC herself. She just started a playthrough of AC2 for the first time ever. And yeah, I'm quite intrigued to see how she's doing with that and how she's enjoying it. You feel me? Yeah, one of those days, you know, where the pollens and stuff are really bad. But cheers, Anakin. And yeah, no worries, thank you also for being here and for joining in with the raid. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, I do hope so. I'm gonna have a look what might give me some relief without kind of like, you know, giving me any side effects. But yeah, cheers, dude, and thanks again also for being here and for the raid as well. But yeah, for now, let's go ahead and have a look how the Cinder is doing today. Quite excited actually to see her play some more of AC2. That was interesting to me, seeing like somebody's first impression of a game that I love so much, you know. And AC2 of course is like my favorite game of all time. So that's to even bigger effect, I guess, with that game. Also, if you haven't checked out Rod's channel yet, then I would highly recommend doing so. He's another big fan of Assassin's Creed and has been just finishing his annual series run for this year with AC Valhalla, also doing a stealth challenge. And he's also doing a playthrough of Black Flag currently, doing like a celebration of 10 years since the game launched. And he's also playing through Red Dead 2 currently, doing a cinematic challenge. So every time it's like free roaming or like during a mission or something, he has to go into cinematic mode and then finish the mission like that. Which is a really cool, kind of like unique challenge he's been figuring out for the game. Absolutely, Rod, yeah, I'm the same. Also with TV shows, you know, kind of like showing them to persons that haven't seen them before. And that's no worries. More than happy to give you a shout out. And yeah, I will catch everyone over at the Cinders. Take care.